Okay. Just finishing up a few things and trying very hard to ignore the giggling in my ear from other streams. Is there anything else? Okay. Okay. All right. So let me see. I'm gonna have to, unfortunately, okay. So there we go. Let me check in and see what's going on here. So as I get more viewers, we'll make sure to call out Amara. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, I forgot to update this. I'm getting everything else set up and I forgot to set the game thing. Oh, right. I'm all like competent and capable, just ask me. So I think that might be coming through now. Let me see what happens if I... Okay, so I'm hoping you guys are getting game audio. Alright. So last Sunday we left this off where, oh that's right, there is a way I can check to my channel. And hit play. Scream in my ear. Yep, okay. Okay, so that's coming through. Alright, so here's what we're working on last week. So I think we're going to finish off the tutorial. This game looks like one that's going to be very sort of slow-paced, so we'll see how it goes. But if I actually manage to finish off the tutorial here, then we'll probably see about doing something else. So I need to build an expedition station. Apparently not all my settlers are living in houses. So... 25 to 25. Where's my citizens? Oh, wow. Okay. I have 100 and something citizens in this town? How the heck did that happen? Okay. Need to build another one of those. So I think this comes in onto here. Let's pause this for a sec. So I can track what's going on. Okay, so I've got roads that come around there. That's going through there. Let's click on this. Let's throw housing. Throw another shelter in. Slap them over in the cemetery. I think that's the right thing to do. Wait. Oh. Wow, okay, you can't build over power poles. That's a thing that we have just discovered, apparently. Well, you don't want to live next to the cemetery? I think it's a great place to live. It's the dead center of town. Okay. So that should hopefully give us enough space for that. We have a drought oncoming. Plenty of food. I am very new to this game. So, again, yeah, I ran it last week. Still going through the tutorial. Yeah, okay, I'm playing that. So I'm sure there's a lot of things that I'm messing up. It looks like it's going to be a game that's going to take a lot of just sort of fiddling. But it fits in line with a lot of the other city builders that I'm used to. So let's see, I need to build an expedition station. What does that actually do to us? Starting point, okay. So I can slap that anywhere where I have appropriate resources. Actually, let's throw that over here. Yeah, get that built. Well, is... Okay, so it is actually still producing even during the drought. Okay, that's good. What still takes for? Oh, things opening. It's coming from the game. I mean, I'm hearing it in my headphones from the game, so clearly that's the game. Oh, dang nabbit, sandstorm. Okay, guys, go clear things up. I think we did cover those. So let's have a look. How are we doing? We're actually doing not too bad on that. Let's have decom center. We don't have very many kits, but we're also full. Oh no, we actually have quite a significant chunk. So let's add the... Let's boost the production of that up. So... And for those of you who are watching ads, I'm sorry. Okay, so we've got some rain falling now. Yeah, okay, we got it through the dry season, not a big deal. Is there any way to boost the attractiveness of a place? Easily. No? Okay, fine. Be that way. Select a bunch of space in our cemetery. How many people do we have not in housing? Okay, what have we got here? Oh, scouts. Okay. So let's add a few scouts. How many do I have who aren't doing anything? Ah, might as well have to fill it out. Let's get some more to the research. Add another medic. That uses up all of our spare people. Let's look at this. I actually want the paved road. What do you mean? We're missing scrap and wood? So that one's doing fine. That's the hunting lodge. So let's see, is there anywhere else? Yeah, we'll move it there. That is... okay, good, they're collecting all that. It's that town center. So it has been a week since I've actually started this game, so... well, actually a little less than a week, I should say, because... yeah... okay, so we got the paved road. So we could have that weaving now. Oh, okay. That seems very weird. Mining iodine. I mean, it would be very useful. Okay, let's get the better house. Yeah, that crackling is is a little annoying. Oh, okay. That's why it was so bad. I was double listening to the audio from the game. Okay, so research. That one's fine. Let's see. Is there any way? Okay, so I don't need to hit that. Oh. Put those two. Which I was fine because I'm. Oh, it's good. Wow, no stock. That's fine. Let's try and get through to the expedition station. It's up here. Some metal is what I need. I really wish the building colors... yeah, I don't think I'm going to stream this game more than running through the tutorial, just because... it looks like a game that I'll actually enjoy myself playing. And it'll be a lot of fun. But... what I'm running into is it's really hard to see what's what, and so I can't really explain to people what's going on because I'm also sitting here trying to figure out what is going on here. You know, where's the buttons, where's the thing, what's happening? Okay. So show me all the recyclers. So that one's running on cloth, that one's running on metal. Plastic, we're doing good. Okay. So food-wise, we're doing okay. This one here is doing that crop, whatever it is. But at least we have a variety of crops for everybody, so... it's going to give a bunch of expedition rations. Wow, that is really coming through slowly. Is there any way to get more? Some of these scrap piles are just really not being touched. I wonder how much that is just, it's taking time. I'm gonna take that down to 5 and add more here. Because if we can get stuff actually moving around, that will... It's generally the biggest problems with these sorts of things. Oh! Research complete. Oh. Yeah, let's grab that one. Yellow. Don't we have much in the way of metal. Our water supply is slowly climbing. Okay. I'll accept that. Should be low radiation in there, yep.
Well done. Assign settlers.
Yes, assign settlers as scouts like I already did because I was waiting for you to do that. And send them out to find a ruin. Okay, so... where's that bar? That's the scouts. Okay, open expedition window. Oh, okay. So we'll send a scout there. I'll send a scout there. I'm gonna send a scout there. I'll send a scout there. Send a scout there. And then we won't have any more scouts available. There we go. So yes. Wow, we had a bunch of people drop in or something. Okay. Oh, we need another mortician. Apparently our mortician died or something.
Our scout has returned and brought along...
Okay. Okay, so we'll start an expedition. Alright. Let's slow this down. So, expedition. So we'll open the expedition window. Oh, okay. So, storage depot. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, so we want somebody with metal tools. So we just have to specify what we need there. Oh. So we just need to select. So I want to send... We'll send a decent group like that, and then we'll... Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. You can do your thing. Alright. Interesting.
Now
That is sort of interesting. Okay.
Good.
Great. Oh, okay, so they've arrived at the destination. Ongoing expedition. Okay, so they're not doing anything yet. So let's speed this up. That's ongoing. Resources, statistics, expedition station. Let's check into the research. That one's ongoing as we're filling that up. This one here, explorers are being gathered. Okay. Let's speed that up. Okay, now we're filling up their rations. Something just happened. I don't know what, but something just happened. They're equipping themselves. Okay, so that one is... Alright, we're still waiting on scrap. So... let's see where we're going with everything. Okay. There. And we're building more. What? Well, that's neat.
Compared to the other ruins, this one's pretty much a wreck.
Okay. It's being done. That's it. Okay. So, how much can we fill up? Oh. Alright. So, I do that, and that, and that. Okay.
Well, in this view, you see which cabins and shelters have been placed in attractive surroundings and which ones are in unattractive surroundings. If you want to
Look, we just came out of a bunker underground, apparently. Why do we care? I mean, there's a sky, there's some trees visible. Why do these people whine so much? Build some decorations. Okay, fine. Wow. This just makes me feel like I'm doing a... another... Something made noise. I'll have a look at that in a sec. Production stopped due to empty work area. Okay. Let's turn that off. No, that seems fine. So I think what we will do though is we will move a little bit. Try and give them there. And then, is there any other foresters place? No, there isn't. Let's have another forester to the list. Let's check our scrapyard. That one's empty. So where else can we go? That's going to be very... yeah. Let's get that group. Is there anything else? No, but I may want to add another scrapyard, so I think we'll do that. I don't have the wind turbines yet, okay. Upgrade road, okay. Oh wait, can I just like... Oh, I can just select the entire area. There, upgrade those roads. Problem solved. This here should be a paved road as well. Am I gonna... Okay. School, medical facility... There, okay. So, 30 cows uses power. Let's demolish that because I actually want to move things around a bit. Okay. So. I don't know what that thing is. What is that thing? That's an irrigation plant. Okay. Let's also build another well. Well, that's all a lot of water. oncoming drought, our current task list, buildings, building the category decoration. Okay. So we have a bunch that are lined up, so that'll go through.
Your settlers are really going to like the newly built decoration.
Okay. Okay, so I can build a place where they can whine at me, alright. Whereabouts is that? There we go. So let's see, they feel the need to ditch and mow, so we'll give them that spot. And then I'll chip in on my research that should be underway. Yes. 5 researchers. Water tanks are actually filling up there. That one's filling up. Research complete. Electricity, let's add the wind turbine. Because the biggest issue I can see is not having power generation at night. So that one's covered. That's one way of covering it, I guess. Let's send another expedition out. Medical supplies, what's this? Need settler badges. Don't. Okay, so we want... Let's get rid of the very old adults. So metal tools. Okay. Start expedition. Oh, no. Yes, apparently I didn't do that right. So, we're gonna want one of them, take one of them. We'll take one of them. We'll take another of them. We'll take that. Oh, I don't have anything... Oh, I don't have anything like that. I'm just gonna... I thought I had a whole bunch of other options. Okay. We'll send a scout out to there. We'll send a scout out to there. Send a scout to there. Send a scout to there. Send a scout to there. Okay. And the paved roads make things a little nicer for everybody. Okay. Let's turn them off. Pause that for a sec. Go to our decorations. Let's throw in... Can't do anything special there. What I can do is go flower bed. Flower bed. And we'll put some flower beds up here. Is there anything that's 2 by 2? Yes. Okay. And hopefully that should make it feel happier and stuff.
Excellent.
Okay. Alright, so forum. This first is large. Where did I wind up putting the forum? Okay, that one's just weird. It's a scrap pile. Scrapyard, the forum. There we go. Okay, so if I'm dealing with that... Oh, I only have so many... I don't have enough set as morticians. Okay. So... produce a bunch of... meds. Okay, so I need to activate both control. Oh, okay. So, a bunch of things here. We are going to carry everything possible back. And there we go. Oh. Oh. Where is the medical supplies thing? Let's go back here. Oh, product limit is reached. Okay, so... where did I put my medical supplies? And this is the reason why I see it as an issue, so... the fact that I can't tell which building is which is to me a concern. Production modes, okay. Medic. There. There, have 1,000 medical supplies. There. I find out who makes them, or no, I'm not allowed to view that screen, so I don't actually know where anything is. There, medical facility. Okay. That's allowed to produce a lot of things there. a scout there because we haven't scouted it. We'll send a scout there because we haven't scouted that. How's our research doing? We're working on the wind turbine thing. We do need to work on this. This should be the thing that happens next, honestly. Okay. Oh, and I need to do this thing. So what's this? So I think if I go to the forum, open decree window, and turn on that. Okay.
Many
set up some defenses. Okay, so we need to build an ammunition factory. Defense, ammunition factory. There we go. And then provide some settlers to profession technician. Add another well keeper in. Another couple of water carriers. Another decontaminator. And yeah. Something happened over here. Well, yes, I know. That's what I told them to do. Okay. Just 30 medicine. This is not going anywhere near that fast. Well, I guess we'll just sort of continue through. How freaking long is this damn thing? Okay, what happened here? Production stop due to empty work areas. So that one's fine. Probably the scrapyard. Yes, it is. Let's try and get as much of that as possible. There we go. Ruin scouted, isn't that great? Nuclear power plant, I don't think we'll be dealing with that just yet. Oh. Yeah, we'll send a scout to that one. There we go. Alright. Got another ruin scouted. So don't have any free scouts right now, so not that concerned. Research was performed. Okay, so here we are going to work on. Wait. There is something at the forum that they wanted me to work on eventually. so nothing just yet. That's fine. So, okay, so let's go here and build the refinery. I'll build it because I don't have enough knowledge stored up. Okay. So let's get that knowledge built and then we'll go from there. We're at 80 of 222. Great. Can we send any more scouts out? Yes, I can. There we go. Lethal or non-lethal.
No matter.
Okay. So, I would like to go with non-lethal ammunition. That's a sandstorm. We still only have one knowledge point. So... coal. Okay. Okay, fine. Need to get a bunch of herbs. Oh, I need to build a mine. Okay, so... Oh, okay, so I need to...
No matter what.
press thing to do this, simply instruct to mine sulfur and picture. Okay. So... Oh, I see. It turns red like that to say it's got its... So maybe I can just... I think I want to put that marketplace in. Okay. So... need some more miners, so let's get a few more here. Bring some more space here, add a few more herbalists. Oh no, I don't need that. Down, down, down. Okay. It's not really a decoration, it's... logistics, there we go. Okay. That's done, that's done, that's done. We're still waiting on this to be produced. So what are we looking at here? Okay, so number of builders and things like that. So we're actually doing relatively okay. Oh, there we go. We're going to have them working on sulfur, which is what we want. So good. I only needed 3 miners. How many did I assign? 3. Good. Okay.
Very good.
Okay. Alright, so I need to build 5 watchtowers and assign a bunch of people to them. So, let's go to defense and we'll start with a watchtower. So, there. Yeah, okay, so that's how we do that. So we're gonna go. So, oh no, program within range. Okay, so let's see what happens. So I can put that one. Actually, I can't put that one there. Put this one here. Actually, let's do put one there and then put one there. One there. One there. One there. Yeah, okay, so that's the entire place protected. Alright. Now I need to assign a bunch of people to being militia. Apparently I got more than anticipated. Okay. Oh, we're out of wood? Okay, well, that's very strange, but okay. Okay, so that. How's this doing? Pretty good, so let's build that refinery. Because then we can get rid of, we've got 4 buildings in here, we can replace them with 1, so. So I have it at in about 12 minutes. I'm at the opinion at this point that if this doesn't wind up Whether or not we finish the tutorial or not, I think I'm going to switch to a different game when we hit that point. It's just kind of imagine how boring it must be sitting here staring at this.
These watchtowers form the center of...
Okay.
You...
Okay. No more raiders nearby. Okay, they're coming from there. Alright. So, in that case, what we can actually do is we can pull up a bunch of these. Who else? We don't need all that many water carriers, so let's add a electrical militia. How are our scouting doing? No ongoing scout missions. Okay, so let's take all those scouts. Actually, we'll leave one. Autosave. I don't like the fact that it forcibly overrides what's going on. It's a little annoying. Let's throw in a wind turbine.
It looks as if they were the last raiders, and the settlement's still standing. Well,
Really?
we did get a few scratches here and there, but nothing we couldn't recover from.
I didn't notice any raiders. Did you notice any raiders?
We'll...
Okay.
Very...
What if I don't want to pay the, situation? What if I don't like the idea? Stew has been researched and is now available. So apparently I need to upgrade my town hall thing. There, okay. That's still ongoing. Okay, so we need wood. Wait, what? What are you people doing? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with this. Not particularly happy with the way some of this stuff works, so it's like, okay, I just don't know. So, I am producing power here. There, yeah. What else does that connect to? Does that not connect to anything else? It apparently does not connect to anything else, so we're going to hook that power pole in. So this is the thing. I don't actually care about a lot of the way the info views here are just... I just don't understand them. It's like, why would you have some of these? Why are these set up this way? That can go away. So I can't. Wow. You won't be. I shouldn't be able to. Yeah. It's gonna have these stupid. Oh, well, they're too close to each other, so you can't get much efficiency from the wind power from it. How does the wind change because I stuck a wind turbine up? Just the complete lack of understanding I have sometimes in how some of the design decisions on some of these things are just like, yeah, I'm gonna have a sandstorm. Well, there's not much I can do about it, so I'm not gonna pay attention to it. Whoosh. Can we have this thing built? Can it be the next thing to be built, please? There. I'm gonna slowly store it. We're storing some up there. That's good. Yeah. So a lot of what we seem to be missing supplies-wise is wood. I had a husks, gather wood. Okay. So let's turn that off. And what's it going to give us as an option? There we go. Tell them to gather wood there. And how's that town hall thing? Well, town center. Upgrade in progress, 44%. Yep, needs wood. See? Wood. Okay. So, I'm being told by Twitch that the ad's gonna start now, so I'm going to, pause this. We'll save it. Sure. Yeah, I'm not really convinced this is a good stream game. At least not for that, so I will carry in because we'll be right back.
Take a photo of. Why are you
Okay, as long as you take a
staring
photo
at
of it first, you can play with it as much as you like. Some people I know think that I'm crazy. Well, I know at times I act a little lazy. Well, Spacey, we actually have a way for you to refill your oxygen cylinders.
Nice. That's epic.
Stop turning my lights on and off. Single player for this one, it really does need at least 2 people playing the game to make it fun. Otherwise, you spend way too much time, I found in the early game, just messing around. So.
Amara's throwing so much stuff at Iliad that like her character's model went cross-eyed. That was hilarious to witness.
Hey, some of them haven't realized that I wound up giving them a whole bunch of.
I guess.
You guess you have a lovely bunch of coconuts?
Yes.
Look at them all in a row.
Well, big ones, small ones, some as big as your head.
Oh, well, good. I'm not a very vegetarian because I love animals. I'm a vegetarian because I hate plants.
There. And like the microphone is.
And on that note, yeah, we'll switch to Subnautica. Because, yeah. Not really a fan of, the other one. It's not really a good stream game, I don't think. We started this the other night. Okay. So, we were working on getting a few things together. Need a bunch of lead. Oh, that's right. I got the radiation suit, so we wanted to... We wanted to get over to things. Let me... just check on a couple of bits and pieces. Blah, 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 blah. And they're doing that. Okay, so, alright. So here's what we want to do. I mentioned this last time. We want to make sure that we get, a couple of spare... gas things, not gas things, fire extinguishers. Okay, good. So it just takes titanium for that now. Very nice. And yes, when I said a couple of extra fire extinguishers, I really meant all of the extra fire extinguishers. Okay, so we have that in terms of water. That's being built there. We've got nothing there. How's this marble melon growing? 30%. Okay. So I could do with some more lead as well. So what I think I want to do quickly before I go...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let's try and get some lead, because I actually really want to finish some of these, because that'll improve the capabilities there. I'd really love a moon pool, but don't think we're going to be able to get to having that. The moon pool or the battery chargers would be nice. So, here we go. The mushroom forests are always nice areas. Love the looks of some of these. Really big mushroom thingy. Okay, so there's the stuff. What do we got? We need to keep an eye on our depth. Let's turn that off.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency
I should probably
decreased.
build a rebreather.
The biomass in this area is dominated by plant life, picking up faint or terror vehicle signatures. Integrating
Nothing
new
special.
VDA data.
Nothing special there. Okay, so literally we just came in for that. So... what else can we do here? Oh, right. That's the beginning of the ship that we really need, so... the Cyclops. We'll get the prawn suit when we go to the Aurora. But for now... really don't have much we need to worry about for that. Uh-oh. Oh, lead deposit. Need that prawn suit. Okay. Oh. That could be more lead. Nope, coal. Okay, 2 of 3 on that. Limestone, sandstone. Silver. Oh, shit. Lithium, yes.
Passing 200 meters.
Whoa.
Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Yeah, we're not gonna hang out down here. Okay. So I don't think I got any lead while I was down here. A little bit of titanium floating there, but nothing really special. Did get some lithium, which is nice. What else we got here? So
Remember that materials you
diamond.
gather are the property of the All-Terra Corporation. You will be liable to reimburse the full market price. Your current bill stands at 3 million credits.
Yep. Ah, dystopian futures. What are we going to do about it? I know, we can actually, like, not have that happen. Lead, yes. Silver. That's limestone, okay. Oh, more sandstone. More lead. Limestone.
Detecting multiple Leviathan class
Oh.
life forms in the
Yeah,
region.
let's not do that.
Are you certain whatever you're doing is worth it?
No, I'm not. Leviathan cloud platforms are not really the types of things we want to go messing with at this point in time. We need much bigger vessels to be able to deal with that. Alright. So this is the thing. Now that we have the seamoth, we can actually, like, hang out down a little bit more in these areas. What I'm trying to do is figure out...
Seek fluid intake.
Yeah. Okay, I'm fairly sure
Vital signs stabilizing.
that there's nothing here accessible to me quite yet. Oh no. Potion cannon forever. Keeping an eye on my health in that. Floodlight, yes. Give me that.
New blueprint acquired.
Okay, so 90 seconds. Let's get back to the seamoth though, because I'm gonna delve in the wreck. I want to do it during the day. Let's head back to our base, which is up this way, I think. Now, I'm thinking the volume's a little loud, so let's turn that down a little bit. Let's bring that down just a tad. There we go. Now I'm not peeking on my... thing. Okay. There we go. No more lead. That's actually fine.
Welcome aboard,
Because-
Captain.
Oh. What I have is that. So we're going to get some more titanium out of storage. We are going to build ourselves a reinforcement piece here. That has done a lot to improve the base hull strength. And so we'll be adding a few of those along the entire area here, and that will drastically improve things. So, nothing there, nothing there. Okay, so we're going to drop the silver ore in, put the gold in and the diamond. Okay. So, marble melons. Marble melons. I don't want those things. Plant bunches of them. Yeah, the marble melons basically refilled our food and water without us really having to do very much. I'm gonna eat the rest of those because I can, not because I should. So, actually, I'm gonna want the propulsion cannon before we head over to the Aurora. So this isn't actually going to be a big deal. Got some stuff going on here. Okay. Alright, so let's go dig into that wreck.
Welcome
Now that
aboard,
we have light. Because trying to delve through a wreck at night is a quick way to getting yourself trapped and dying because you, yeah. So. Before I go up though, I'm gonna actually look down here to make sure that there isn't another entrance down here. I mean, I know there is one down here, but it's one of those sorts of entrances that, unless you know about it, it's hard to find. And I'm not even sure we can access it directly. I think we have to come out. I think we have to come out it first before it's a viable entrance. It's one of those things that's weird about the way they've done some of these, and, you know, I'm okay with that. I mean, it makes exploration actually relevant in this game. So, okay. Here we go. There. We go up here. And then scan. Through here. I wish I had the light. Actually, is this? Nope. Okay. This small down. There we go. That's the propulsion cannon. That makes acquiring more things viable. Well, how much have I got going? 72 seconds. Okay. Can't really squeeze through there. I mean, I should be able to, but the game doesn't let me. Huh. This wreck seems smaller than I remember. Maybe I'll need to come back with the light to be able to see where the actual entranceway is. Okay. So that was one wreck we checked out. We have a cave system down there to potentially look at as well. Oh, that's Officer Keen's lifeboat. Yeah, we can't get down there just yet. It's 300 meters down, and we're not really set up to get down that low. So, yep. And once again, sitting here with no viewers. When the next ad starts, guys, I'm gonna duck away for a quick sec. I've got I need to check on something around the house here. I'm having some concerns given the fact that I'm spelling things that I shouldn't be, so... Do I have a repair tool, but I don't have a laser?
100 meters.
Okay.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
So I want the laser cutter as well. That's the stasis gun. Oh, it's covering. Okay. Sand shark. It's like a land shark, just not as fun. There. Right. I'm gonna grab some of this. Some salvage. Oh, iron. More of that. Small metal salvage. Metal salvage. Metal salvage. Oh. Okay, the item, that'll be water. Oh, it's an upgrade. Come on, let me in.
30 seconds.
Okay, we are going to dock back to the Seamoth. We are going to move the Seamoth over there.
Oxygen.
So that we have a way to get oxygen pretty easily. Yeah. Coming back to the laser cutter to this place would be really beneficial, I think. Oh, another propulsion cannon fragment. Nice. Another propulsion cannon fragment. Yeah, now we're getting all the materials that, What is going on here? Dude. Yeah, breaching in the Seamoth is one of the quick ways to find out whereabouts you are, so... Well, I have a tendency of doing it. It's gonna start in a couple of seconds. When it does, I'll do that. I'll also grab myself some coffee while I'm up, so... Okay. While I'm at it, I'm going to... Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I basically have as many of those as I can get.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, I have more of that. That's not one. That's letting me have another one, so I'm going to use it. Should have a bunch of marble ones. Oh, they're only at 90%. Oh, okay. Well, then, guess we'll let them continue growing. Propulsion cannon needs a wiring kit. Okay, so that's not that much problem. The laser cutter is 2 diamond and a cave thing, so we'll have to deal with that a bit. Let's look at what the propulsion cannon needs. What does it specifically need? The wiring kit. Okay, so it needs 2 silver to let us make a wiring kit. To let us build the propulsion cannon. Okay. So now that we've played with it for a little bit. Let's have a look. Okay. So I'm gonna throw. Actually, I'm gonna throw these here. I can put 2 wall lockers here. And I can put another 2 behind me if I want to. So let me do that. So what I'm going to use these ones for is storing stuff that I don't actually need to take with me on trips. So that's a 1, that's a 2, that can be 3, that will be 4, and that will be 5. Okay. So I only have 1 diamond. Yeah, I don't have enough to really expand that. The swale of marble melons. With that, I basically rebuilt my health. Okay, that's still growing. So as soon as they've grown, then we can get more of that. Okay, how are we doing? So 91%. Okay. So we're doing good on all of that. So I think
Welcome aboard, Captain.
we may start heading back over towards the Aurora is because I don't need the laser cutter necessarily. How am I doing? Oh, I've got a few things that I should stick away in a chest, but we got a last one, so.
Well, big ones, small ones.
Spacey, we actually have a way for you to refill your oxygen cylinders.
Nice. Nice. That's epic.
Stop turning my lights on and off!
There, and like the microphone is like at a diagonal but above me angle when I do that. I kind of want to kill the villager just so he becomes a pocket villager. I already have one in this village, though. I don't.
I can't believe you actually. I can't believe you've done this. I mean,
So,
fine.
yeah.
That is the total like AFK imposter meme.
Single player
Yes,
for this
I'm ready to
one, it really does need at least 2 people playing the game to make it fun. Otherwise, you spend way too much time, I found in the early game, just messing around. So.
Amara's throwing so much stuff at Iliad that like her character's model went cross-eyed. That was hilarious to witness.
Hey, some of them haven't realized that I wound up giving them a whole bunch of.
Let's
Tracy has a nice pickle.
God, I'm thirsty.
I guess.
You guess you have a lovely bunch of coconuts?
Yes.
Look at them all in a row.
Well, big ones, small ones, some as big as your head.
Oh, wow, good.
That like I watched Amara throw something at you, and then your character just went cross-eyed. That's definitely something that's worth clipping.
Now, if only I had someone in my chat willing to actually clip that for me. Such as one of my mods who happens to actually be in the channel at the moment.
I'm trying to work on it. I don't know if I am...
I'm not a very vegetarian because I love animals. I'm a vegetarian because I hate plants.
We'll take a photo of it. Why are you
Okay, as long as you take a
staring
photo
at
of it first, you can play with it as much as you like. Some people I know think that I'm crazy. Well, I know at times I act a little lazy.
Okay. Let's splatter around a little bit more. Shoot the needle with this. I do not want to get close to the aurora, get too close to the aurora during the day, during the night. At least not the part of the aurora that we're going to need to. Over here in the thing, so bloodlight, yep. And Russian cabin, which I have on. Okay. So it's not that way. There it is. Okay. So make sure I am wearing the radiating suit. Yes, I am. Okay. So it is possible before the aurora explodes to run over to the aurora and do a few things. But there really isn't much accessible at the aurora straight away. You are actually better off holding off until after the explosion. That's what I need. Beacon fragrance. Need to be able to build a beacon because that's going to make life so much easier. Guess he has blown himself up down there. Sea glide fragments. Oh, copy machine. I'll need that. I mean, it's very important. So... limestone... Okay, something there. Nothing I can see anyway. Okay. Oh, daytime. Good. Okay. So I'll turn that off. Oh, is that a wreck? Yes. Gravity thing. Okay. River trap. Get that. That's what sea glide fragment. grab trap. There. What's up in that? Blueprints. Office tube.
New blueprint acquired.
So what I'm looking for now is if we can get that second beacon piece. Will be very, very cool. Okay, I'll see. Oh, that crashed. Okay, so first aid kit. Polythene cannon fragment, already have it. So, oh, that's a power transmitter.
New blueprint acquired.
Spare battery. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Okay. There used to be a way that you could slide in through the side of the wreck here. But they actually removed that because people were doing that instead of going through the front of the Aurora like you were supposed to. Because people like me remember all that shit.
Life form readings in this region are sparse. The Aurora's radioactive fallout will have devastating effects on the alien ecosystem if not contained within the next 24 hours.
Yes, I know. So we're going to go contain that right now. That's what we're here for. I think... Yes. Okay. So you know how I said I wanted to get a bunch of,
Warning, ship's structural integrity is low. Fire suppression equipment and laser cutters may be required. Exploration is conducted at your own risk.
There's something weird with this cave crawler.
Integrating new PDA data.
I can do something else. I don't know why I'm messing around with these guys. And that's only one of the reasons why I wanted the propulsion cannon.
caution. Scans show the digestive tracts of nearby life forms contain human tissues.
Oh shit. Probably comes from all the people they've eaten. Okay. So.
Integrating new PDA data. Aurora systems are running on local reserve power, unable to remotely download black box data. Integrating new PDA data.
So, yeah. Swing around a little bit.
New blueprint acquired.
Grab some of this. Make sure we get everything out of here we can.
Integrating new PDA data.
Oh. Let's grab the poster for the bronze suit. Okay. So if you read the PDA that you get there, it tells you that you need to use basically their propulsion gun for a lot of this stuff. It tells you about the propulsion cannon, it tells you that it's there. And so that's why I wanted to make sure I had it before I came down here. Battery. Oh, and we need the code. Okay.
Events of damage to the Aurora do not match any known offensive technologies.
I don't know, I think it was quite offensive. Codes and clues. Okay. Notice of cargo bay code 1454. Okay. I had a little bit of food, so I'm gonna snack a little bit while I'm doing this, but I'm going to mute myself while I'm snacking, so don't mind the fact that my model is, you know, might be making copy invisibles things. So here's the lifeblood thing. Okay, good. So. So there's sections of the Aurora I will bother to put fires out, and other sections that I won't. And that's just because there are sections that there's just no point in putting fires out.
Integrating new PDA data.
So what I'm gonna do, so over there is one of those points that I like to fire out, but I'm not really seeing much reason at this point. Okay, so I'm not going to. They've been tweaking it a little bit since they released, so now here's where we're going to have the first of the. See that guy? I don't want that guy near me. Oh wow, you can actually pick that damn thing up? Wow, I didn't think it was that strong. So what I'm looking for is any of the little bloody creature things. There. I don't think... Oh no, I can actually scan them. Okay. Even when dead. Alright. Oh. Battery's out. Make sure we've got all of those guys. Okay, so we're going to want to cut our way through there. I want to cut our way through there. We're also going to want to repair this up here. Get through. Now, we don't have a cutter, so we can't actually cut our way through. So we're going to have to come back to the Aurora later. Right now, that lets us access this here, which gives us access to see more fragments, which is good. This is actually more important. That module
data.
lets us take the Seamoth deeper. So, here's our next one.
Sustained internal damage during collision. Do not attempt repair without appropriate qualifications.
But what if I don't want to... Okay. Pass that one, and then we have a new one. Ooh. Yes, I know. Because apparently I'm still in swimming mode. So... Good, that entire area is done now. So... Okay.
Warning, local radiation at maximum tolerable level. New blueprint acquired.
And here we're going to sit here and...
Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected. Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected.
And so the whole plan here is to fix as many of those as possible. And we should be able to do that pretty well, actually. I see some of the little floaty-bitey fellas. So we'll send them to the Shadow Realm.
Containment breach repaired. Further breaches
that.
detected. Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected.
How are we doing here? This seems... Oh. And I think that's the... We basically just need to keep an eye out for him.
Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected. Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected. Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected.
We should be getting a warning about 30 seconds.
Further breaches detected.
Just double checking around these because I've found that if I don't, yeah.
Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected. Containment breach repaired.
So there's one more left. There, sparks. There.
Drive core breach sealed. Radiation levels decreasing.
So they're not going to decrease to... We've actually done a lot for the planet's ecology by cleaning that up. Nothing on that, nothing on that, okay. And how are we doing up here? I don't think we can... Yeah, there's no way to go through there. Oh wow. Weird. Yeah, the propulsion cannon is stronger than I remember it. Okay. There used to be ways to swim through the floor. Oh, not of here. This is... Yeah, the drive room is basically... Oh. The fire extinguisher, we'll grab that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a laser cutter. Okay. So that was the biggest thing to come to the Aurora to do as soon as possible. And the reason for doing that as soon as possible is not because of the ecological effects affecting gameplay, but because the radiation field around the Aurora will actually go away in a few days, so you'll be able to come back here without the radiation suit. Which can be very, very, very helpful. I'm just gonna stand myself up here for a sec.
Vital signs stabilizing.
And I dropped a water bottle there that I Okay, keep. Okay. Well. So, there are actually two ways into the Aurora. This one is important to go through first because it gives you access to the drive core, and as long as you remember to bring a repair thing, it's actually useful to deal with that as soon as possible. There's actually another entrance. Which I'm trying to remember. The problem with the way these are accessed. Right, can't get the battery out of that one. Oh. So I'm trying to remember how to access it. I know there's sort of two levels, two entrances. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Okay. Hey, Leviathan! Snacky time! Alright. Now this area is a little more problematic. Now, if I brought the laser cutter, I would have been able to get through that door up there, and that'll actually bring me down into this area. So... Alright. So, sealed door there. Oh. PDA. Live access code 6483. Okay. Oh. There we go. Lab access. Grab that.
Integrating
Grab the data terminal.
Data. New blueprint acquired. Data bank corruption was detected on your PDA. Your technology blueprints have been updated.
Yay! That just gives access to us being able to build a few extra things that we didn't have before. Don't need the sample flasks. Nothing else in here, and to get through there requires a thing. Do I need the laser cutter to get further in? I think I may do. Oh, that means no prawn suit right now. Oh, disappointing. Okay. Ah.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. So, let's see what we got around here. I know there's one thing that we can get over here that I actually want to get. I think we can get it down in here. It's a particular plant that we can grow more of. That will make being able to build more of the larger vessel stuff much, much easier. Let's have a look what we got in here. Creature egg, boring, unknown fish. Grab some coals over here then. Popping fish. All fish. Oh, where is that damn thing? Silver, not directly necessary right now. Okay, looks like I might need to go a little bit further along. There's one of these little alcoves near the Aurora where they usually have a couple of them that they've spawned in. Made available. And it's really close to the surface, which is usually... It's usually harder to find. It's the brain coral. Can't really do anything with it. That's crash fish. I'm just gonna chase after me and explode. I'm too close to the... I sworn I saw some of them up here. I mean, they used to be up here. Well, who knows? Maybe they took them out for balancing or something. Wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, used to be a couple of them right there. Being able to build aerogel is really helpful, so... Oh, that reminds me, while I was in... Oh! Well, I'll have a look at this one in a sec. Get off. So here's what I'm going to do quickly. Jump out of the Seamoth. An upgrade that I found for it. Do I still have it? Yes, I do. There we go. Now let's make full. Okay. So yeah, Seamoth can go a little deeper now, which will make things easier.
Passing 100 meters.
Yes, I know.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Yep. That'll happily do that.
New blueprint acquired.
That'll be a laser cutter print or something like that. Chunker ship. Wondering if this is the one I think it is. Bits and pieces are gonna be in there. This will have a few bits and pieces. It will be very helpful long term. Let's go and collect what we can. There's the first of them. So we need to get 2 more pieces of that. So nothing more there, nothing more there. Propulsion cannon fragment. Battery charger fragment. That's the last one we need. And let's just build the battery charger.
Blueprint acquired.
How am I doing? Is it going okay? Oh. That brings me up there. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do here then is we will head back to the base, set up a battery charger, and get our batteries redone. Actually, keep an eye out. I need to keep an eye out and see if I can see any more beacon fragments, because yeah, without that, that's going to be fun. So let's just head back towards the base now. Okay. Here. Oh, I've got a message.
Aurora, we're approaching the planet now. We have a landing site for you that's... well, it's better than the alternatives. We've sent you the coordinates. It'll take us a couple of days to align our orbit. We should be able to establish direct contact with you during that time. Then we're coming in to get you. Cross your fingers for the weather holds. Don't leave us waiting. Sunbeam out.
Okay, so we're going to want to get to that landing site before the time kicks off. Let's see, is it... Oh, my base is not that way. There it is. This is why I want the beacons, because with the beacons we can just set up, here is the base, it's this direction.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
More messages? Nope. Okay. Don't need flash, don't need another scanner. Would that be a grav trap? Don't have enough beacon ingredients to be able to make one. Alright. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna set that there. We're gonna get this out, and we're going to need a wiring kit, copper wire, and titanium. Okay. So, copper wire, wiring kit. Okay. So, silver ore. Close that. We're going to fill this one here with all the fire extinguishers. Cyclops energy efficiency module. Not going to be able to use that for a while. Not really interested in putting the prawn suit thing out. Okay, so that's that. So we got that. Now let's grab the 2 copper. Here we go. There's the wiring kit. Here's the copper wire. And then we can set up the battery charger. So, I'll set it up there because I can fit it in place there. I try to keep these clear. It's just a habit. So, that's charge 0, that's charge 0, okay. So, 5, place that one, place that one. And I don't have anything better than that one, so we're going to take those, and we're going to drop those in there. Okay. Eat a couple of bubble melons. May as well have that last one. This is just how I deal with them generally. Wind up having. This keeps my health full. Okay, so I've got a bunch of cave sulfur, which I'm not really going to need now. So, I want a little bit of copper. Leave that pretty much there at the moment. No, I don't need that. Let's check. What do I need if I want to build a... repair things. Power transmitters, that needs gold. Nuclear reactor. Hey, what? Okay. Oh, probably because I repaired the other one. So fabricator needs gold and table coral sample. Okay. So we're gonna take 1 table coral sample, 1 piece of gold, a bunch of titanium. Not very much though, if we think about it. So let's stock up on that. And now let's go set up a little base where this guy is going to come and pick us up. So that way we can be in place for that. So where is that supposed to be? There we go. The floating islands through here are actually sort of neat. So that's where it's going to be. Big bitey boy. I don't think we want to play with him. We'll come back through. I think there's some I know there's some chunks of the Aurora down there, but I'm not sure how far away. And by the way, anyone watching this on the pod, when the time gets down to about 10 minutes, if you're trying to see this without as many spoilers, I would recommend, yeah, just not watching for those 10 minutes or so.
Detecting massive energy signature in the region. Cannot identify.
Well, I can. It's that big giant thing right there. So, yeah. So given that, I want to set up a base. And then we're going to provide a hatch. And then I need to put in some power. Then we're going to...
Power restored.
Not that one.
All primary systems online.
That one. Go away. Okay. So, maybe we're going to Seamoth around to the other side then. Now eventually we'll build a moon hole for the Seamoth over here. I mean, there's already one here, apparently. Huh. So,
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And we're going to switch to this, and I'm going to put in the fabricator. There, so now random bits and pieces we need to build there. Let's put in a... Well, let's put in a plant pot here. And do I have some seeds? I do, in fact, have some seeds. Okay. So I'm also going to do that here. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to find one of those plants like this. We're going to grab a seed from it. And we're going to plant it inside. There. So we basically have all of that together. We have a few things here. Let's have a little bit of a look around. I'm not going to take too long because we are going to need to run away and come back and see what we've got here. So, all right. Broken tablet. Okay. So I think we're going to need that tablet. The one that we left back in our base. Oh, we could use this one. I think I'm going to use that one.
Self-scan complete. Foreign bacteria counters reached statistically significant levels. No adverse effects detected. Be vigilant for symptoms.
Okay. Okay. I don't think I want to drop into a hole like that. Oh. Okay, we need to... out. Loophole fragment. Nice. Okay, so we've got a couple fragment things, so let's try and use that on the doorway over here. Okay.
Scans indicate this structure is composed of a metal alloy with unprecedented integrity. No match is found in database. Performing structural analysis. Unknown language. Attempting translation. Your best probability of interfacing with this facility is achieved by accessing the control room in the lower section.
Neon cube.
Analysis of the patterns on the walls cannot ascertain whether their purpose is aesthetic or functional. Further data required. Unknown language. Attempting translation.
Enforcement platform. Okay. Oh. This is the Metapole. Yes. I know exactly what that is. And after a little bit, I will go sort that out. There we go. Another purple key. Okay. You say it's malfunctioned, do you? Okay. Well, I hope it's malfunctioned.
Scans indicate the facility's control room lies beyond this doorway.
Strange glowing light. Okay. Can I scan it? Okay.
The control panel is broadcasting a message. Translation reads, "Warning, infected individuals may not disable the weapon. This planet is under quarantine."
I guess I'd better be not infected then?
Translating background broadcast. Downloading summary to databank.
Wow. Lots of information. Okay. Pardon me, I'm gonna take a quick break.
Some of them haven't realized.
Let's,
Tracy has a nice pickle.
God, I'm thirsty.
I guess.
You guess you have a lovely bunch of coconuts?
Yes.
Look at them all in a row.
Well, big ones, small ones, some as big as your head.
Oh, well, good. Some people I know think that I'm crazy. Well, I know at times I act a little lazy. Well,
and like the microphone is like at a diagonal but above me angle when I do that. I kind of want to kill the villager just so he becomes a pocket villager. I already have one in this village though. I don't.
I can't believe you actually. I can't believe you've done this.
So, yeah.
That is the total like AFK imposter meme.
That like I watched Amara throw something at you, and then your character just went cross-eyed. That's definitely something that's worth clipping.
Now, if only I had someone in my chat willing to actually clip that for me. Such as one of my mods who happens to actually be in the channel at the moment.
I'm trying to work on it. I don't know if I am.
I'm not a very vegetarian because I love animals. I'm a vegetarian because I hate plants.
Yes, Spacey, we actually have a way for you to refill your oxygen.
Yeah, sorry about that. Something... just some strange... catching a weird scent in the air that is actually aggravating my throat. So wasn't sure what it was.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Oh. Apparently I've been trying to talk to you guys for a little while and completely forgot I'd muted myself because of coughing, so... Sorry about that. I was talking about the things I was doing and
Welcome aboard, Captain.
mentioning my decisions and such. So... if you're watching this on the VOD, or even live, if you're live, hi! At the present moment in time, we're getting close to the time I was sort of saying that if you are watching this, and you're worried about spoilers, you might want to look away. Well, you might want to look away. The next 15 minutes or so. So... because we are about to have a big game reveal spoiler thing happen when the sunbeam arrives. Wow, my voice is really catching something, isn't it? Wiring kit. Oh. Anything special in the equipment list at the moment? Let's try to find a little bit of copper wire. Waiting here. Okay, sorry about that. Just had somebody, just had my partner dug in. So... lithium... shale... Oh, that's the second diamond, so I can actually make the diamond cutter now. Laser cutter. Gold. I have a couple of minutes left. Let's see what we got. See if there's any chance of me being able to get some copper, maybe. I mean, I used to swim over here, like, actually swim, which is thoroughly not the way to get up, you know. You'd be better off using, other stuff. More lead. Useful. Oh! Hey, Ghosty. How you doing? Ah! Let me see if this is working. I just set this up the other day.
You know what does matter? What matters? Here.
Okay. Oh, it's from Phasmo, so...
Hello.
Hello, Ghosty?
Hello.
Oh.
God
Hello.
damn it! Stop! Stop! You were gonna.
I was wondering why someone was clipping this, because it looks sort of, quiet.
Seiko also has a friend called Ghosty.
Oh.
Stream's going good. I mean, good in that nothing really special has happened. I do happen to be mostly streaming to myself, or at least that's what it seems to have been. But that's probably because of all the other stuff that's going on this weekend. No people are off at the con in San Jose, and I've got 2 different other streamers that I know who are doing big sort of celebratory streams at the moment. But I usually stream on a Sunday, so... yeah, it's been a while for me too. I was originally thinking I'll stream a Sub-Zero stream, but then realized that, you know, I haven't actually streamed a straight Subnautica stream yet, so I may as well just sort of try and do them in some vague semblance of order. You know, try and pretend that I'm at least going to follow the sequence of the story. Hey, Frito. Thank you, everyone, for the follows. Apparently, this is all sort of acting weird on me. Yeah, thanks, everyone. I did start off streaming Endzone today, so I've only been streaming this for a little while. Use sequence break to get a particular thingy. I am not sure I understand. Oh, there's a helper, so I do actually have that now. Okay. So yeah, for those of you who have played this game before, we are about to hit the, I think it starts at 5 minutes where things go weird. We're about to hit the first game plot twist, which isn't really a plot twist if you've gotten to it and read through what's been happening, paid attention. but it is sort of a bit of a twist for some people, because it's thoroughly unexpected when it happens. So, hello, Mr. Leviathan, I see you down there. If you stay down there, I think we'll both be fine. I will stay up here, you will stay down there. Oh, there we go. Why do I keep getting gold and silver? I want lead. Lead. Well, actually, I want 2 copper so I can set the battery charger over here. But I'm waiting for the time to run out, because it would take me all of, I don't know, 5 minutes or so to 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. It's always the way. Oh! Yes, I have, many random redeems that are all available. Yeah, that one goes on for a while, so that's why it's so expensive. Is there any chance of copper here? No? Okay. Oh.
Fluid intake.
Fine. Any inventory full. Well, yeah, okay, it's full. Alright. Yeah. I have a bunch I like a little more, but,
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I figure I'll price them around about what, works for things. Okay, so we're actually getting the thingy happening outside, I think. So let's drop this down. Oh, I did have some copper. Okay. I've got the wiring thing. I've got the gold. Got some titanium. Do I have everything I need? Yes, I do. Oh, thank you for the follow, Dusty. Okay, so now I have that together. Should have enough space now. Yes, I can go chop some of these trees down and, well, not really.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Oh, I have plenty of these, so yeah, I'm gonna put that. Oh, great. So it's going to come just as we're having a eclipse. Okay. Sorry about that. I was stuffing my face with things, which is telling me I should have an ad coming up, so let me push that off. See if it will let me. Because I don't want everything to start to kick off and then have an ad right in the middle of it all, and you guys wind up missing anything. So. It's nice and peaceful. If you haven't played Subnautical before, where I'm at is pretty basically ship crashed, and here I am trying to survive for a little bit. I'll show you the Aurora in a sec. We just finished going to the Aurora after she blew up again. And so what we're doing here now is we've been told to come here because a small trading ship by the name of Sunbeam has come to try and provide aid and rescue us because they're required to under space law or whatever it might be. So it's supposed to arrive in 35 seconds. It's supposed to arrive at that spot there, which is a little tiny, I would say, for a ship. Up there. Yep, there we go. So, yeah, so that's what's happening.
Survivor, we see you. Man, I don't know how you held out down there. We broke an atmosphere, and we're descending towards the landing site. Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't identify it?
Well, I can identify it. It looks like a big gun.
Hold on. I'm turning back now. Positions, everyone.
See, don't come down.
10,
I really would like to tell you not to.
It's coming from the building? Change course. Set thrusters to full.
I'm guessing I'm not getting rescued now. Yes, this game is extremely pretty. So, I mean, I think, there we go. I don't have all of my alerts and that on this, but that sort of gives you an idea of much more full screen mode. But, yeah. And here I am giving the middle finger to the building. And, yeah, the gun. So. Let's put it back here. Yeah. Yeah, at least not by that. Yeah, I'm fairly sure that they wouldn't be saving me. Okay, so we came out here because this is where they said they were going to come and pick us up. They're not going to come and pick us up, so we can go back to our original base. And of course, just then, the sun comes up. The timing on this one is just... that's like awesome. It rarely happens that it comes through at night, but just coming through at that particular time is just weird. Okay. So.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Of course, I didn't find out. I didn't check, or you know, what was Ghosty playing? What were you playing? You said you played this before, so I'm assuming that means you weren't playing this. Dead by Daylight and then Phasmo. Okay, cool. That's nice. Not really a fan of Dead by Daylight. Cooperative stuff though, so Asmo, yeah, really enjoy it. Oh, well, thank you. Though speaking of suggesting people, I should mention two of my friends. One who's doing a week-long stream thingy.
Okay.
Passing 100 meters.
I will do this once and never again.
Oh, I see what this one is. There you go. Yes, Amara's going to be on all week. So that's Amara. She's doing a week-long celebration thingy for hitting 200 followers and that.
They once floated on the surface.
And the other person is... Wait, what? No. That's... So I figured it out. So it's gunslinger underscore gets. Oh, actually. Wow, I have 2 shoutout commands? Really? Yeah, I do. And then we have Gasp Clip.
I have achieved peak content, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't beat him, you gotta join him.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, I'm done.
You say that now, Gads, but... So yeah, Gads hit 200 followers, so... He was doing a, big thing as well. This weekend, so... And considering the number of people I know from their channels, I'm not surprised that, have a relatively light viewership at the moment. So yeah, if people are interested, Amara generally streams all sorts of games at the moment because she's spending an entire week. She's actually doing, I think, mostly streaming, what you call it, like YouTube videos and that while she chats with people, so... Oh, there's the power cell charger. There we go. Need 2 fragments of that. Okay. So, getting that, we'll get that online. Or over here. Try to read out of die by zapping myself. Already got most of the stuff from here. Oh, there we go, a new plant pot. Can always make the flip base look nice.
New blueprint acquired.
Grab the arm thingy. Okay.
New blueprint acquired.
Whereabouts? Is there anything more here? Oh, yes. 60 seconds left. Grappling arm fragments. Good. That requires a clutter. Don't see any more. I don't actually have 60 seconds because
30 seconds.
I am below my depth, so okay. So is there any more? Oh, there's a piece of stuff over here. I think that's a beacon fragment as well, so that will be... Oh, it's not. It's shale. Oh, it's lithium. Stick. Creature decoys.
Acquired.
I'm interested in most of the little stuff like that, trying to get Cyclops and Prawn together. Yes, 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 yes. Bitey, bitey, bitey. Okay. So. Probably shouldn't just go charging through the fish and stuff. As fun as it is. She says that I've never proceeded to do it again.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Oh. Eat those things. I hate those things. These spiny boys. Okay. Roadkill without roads. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Wherever we're going, we won't need roadkill. I mean, roads. Yeah, I was... I already investigated this one. I think I did. Yes. There's the base over there. How much space have we got? Okay. Put the extra vehicle there, grab them. Not that I need it. Looking for the moon core fragments and all sorts of things like not really. Really what I want is the beacon, because at the moment I'm running into the issue of I know where my base is when I do a pop-up and breach, but yeah, there isn't really a tracking option for me otherwise. So hoping everyone's been having a good day. Mine has been relatively pleasant. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you let a sea moth ride up your butt. That's why you shouldn't do that. Okay. Extra foundation piece. Let's try and get one of these. Good. Oh. Try not to be too greedy. Getting the seeds for those is always scary. Yay! Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So. Oh, out of titanium. How much lithium have I got left? Oh, okay. That should be. Oh, there we go.
Playing partially translated broadcast.
9 new biological subjects designated. Mode. Hunting. Analyzing. Sharing subject locations with other agents.
Well, I get the feeling that's going to be a problem. Probably for them more than for me, though. Okay. So, we can't do anything with the Eon cubes now. We've got that, actually. Reach a decoy. Still with that beacon. There's a car. Battery, titanium, sulfur. Okay, so sulfur, copper. Should have enough diamond. Medkit. Actually, there we go. So, got any robots? I don't think I need a robot. I need batteries. Oh, I know, I need a robot. I was going to do some pockets. So, also grab 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Yes, I know I'm growing them, but if they're right there, I naturally grow. Might as well use them. Okay. Need titanium. I need titanium? Really? Yeah, apparently I do. Okay. So let's get a little bit of rubber. I know I'm going to need lubricant down the line, so we'll use that. And then... so we're going to drop that in there. Am I really? I'm apparently out of titanium. I mean, it doesn't particularly surprise me too much. Yeah, the pins. I do want to get that rebreather at some point, but it's going to be a little bit. Okay. Oh, Mr. Stalker. Oh, something I needed. Oh, dang. Okay. Oh, look, there should be some titanium. Sure, it's a vehicle weight rack, but it's titanium. Oh, I'm doing good. Let me go back. Internet is always one of those ones that it's always a little weird and such. I am doing good today. I hope you are doing good. I usually stream on Sundays and Tuesdays, but I'm going to be adding Fridays to the schedule. There's the laser cutter. And then I can go back to the Aurora and fix that. So, Wildlands 2 is fun. I haven't played it in a little while, but yeah. Actually, I'm not sure if I ever completed Borderlands 2. I've been tempted at some point to just run a playthrough, because I own 1 and 2. I think I own 3. But the fact that I'm not sure and I have to guess. Just sort of says so much, unfortunately. Alright, so I have a mesh here, and then I'm gonna have to rebreather. I've already dealt with the stuff at the Aurora. Fixed the drive core, so I don't really need the radiation helmet anymore. I'm gonna carry it with me temporarily. Because now that I have the laser cutter again, I want to go back to the Aurora. Grappling arm for that. There's the creature decoy. Okay. Let's see what's out that way. So, actually, save, because I haven't saved in a while. Was wondering why my game in that was sounding weird, and it was actually just that I wasn't running my noise cancelling on my headphones. So, oh, another radio message. Go listen to that in a sec. It'll probably tell me about somewhere I've already been, or something similar. So, yes, you're loud and crunchy. I don't think I can get in there. No, there's nowhere in there. I was fairly sure there was an access hatch. Oh, there's some titanium. Let me grab that. Sure I had, because I know that section is an area that you can get into, but I kept being blocked here, so now that I have all the appropriate tools, let's see what... Is there just a door I need to cut through? Is that what I've been waiting on? That won't let me through. I could have sworn there's a way through here. There's this thing. Oh wait, is it one of these ones where there's an entryway up and over around? No? Oh, that's blocked off there too. Okay, so if I go here, bring that up, switch that there. I guess it kind of has the advantage of being a very basic light source. Well, it used to be. Wow, did they turn that off? Huh? Okay. I guess if I come back to this one, we're coming back with a light. I'm not going to mess around with this one anymore. Okay. So... yeah, we'll go down underneath there in a sec. Right. We have 300 meters potential depth. Is that... This is one of the vents. Right. There's a little more that I'm skipping. 60C. Oh, nice. Oh, blood fine.
New blueprint acquired.
Inventory full. P2 is a game I always get back to when I just want to play something that doesn't require a lot of thinking, just point and shoot. Yeah, I have a bunch of little shooters for that as well. For me lately, it's been Just Cause, specifically Just Cause 3, but yeah, I very much understand the... I want something that doesn't require brain capacity. Well, I really need to get the battery charger. This thing is draining. I need the solar charger for this more than anything else, which means I need the moon pool. I may get back to using the Sea Glide for a little bit. There we are. Mostly doing this as a vegetarian playthrough, meaning no plants, no animals are being eaten. All the plants are being eaten. All of them. All of them.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Sorry, getting carried away a little bit.
This is an automated distress signal from Life Pod 12. Coordinates attack. Warning, Life Pod has sunk beyond safe diving distance. Do not attempt retrieval without submersible support.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Okay, well that one's going to be a fun one. I need to plant the blood oil, that's what I was planning on doing. Because that sounds like a great idea. It can make the game more difficult, especially in the early game. There's a lot of things that you hamper yourself by doing that. I won't intentionally kill an animal to use its products for foodstuffs, is the goal I'm going with. So there's a bunch of water. You can't make water. Usually you use a special type of fish, and you filter the water through it. But if you're in the right area, you can collect salt and take that. So there's your sodium. And the problem, of course, is it's sodium chloride, actually. And then you take some coral bits. I need to make a little bit of extra water to take with me on some stuff, so... and then with that, you can then create bleach, which you can then use to create water. But otherwise, you filter it through a fish. But you're literally drinking the bits of fish as well, so... yeah, there's no specific mechanical difference in the game, but I have decided that I'm going to make a difference because I want there to be a difference. And yeah, very much so, the game itself is not overly complex. There, I just locked myself into this section of the base because I don't have more titanium. Because I wasn't paying attention to my titanium stores. Well, that's fine. I need to get more anyway. Okay, so... yeah, so there's a lot of things about it that you can hamper yourself in some ways, but all it does is slow progression. More than it really changes things dramatically. It's copper. I don't care. I almost never wind up caring about copper. I wind up getting so much of it. And then of course I wind up hitting situations where I need like 50 pieces of copper for some reason. And left it all somewhere else, and so I don't get to have it. Let me grab the Sea Glide out because I can now have the battery charger, so the Sea Glide is worthwhile carrying with me. Swap that in and that in. Keep the propulsion cannon on me. Switch that guy to there. Switch to a new battery. Take those two, do that. So now I have 2 full batteries on me. Okay. Yes, I know, you have a medical kit. Really wish the medical kit thing would stop beeping. Mostly looking for titanium at the moment, but you know, I haven't been down here. Titanium. Is this actually okay? Yeah. Get the jelly shrooms. These are fun to actually grow in pots outside around your base because they light the place up. There's the eels.
The conditions in this cave support a microcosm of unique, possibly predatory life forms. Detecting an artificial structure somewhere in the region.
Well, there's this one, which is mostly small and not very useful. Okay, let's see if I just killed myself because I was paying attention to other things. Nope, I might be able to make it. So and yeah, Subnautica is actually pretty good for a survival game. I'm not really going to call it survival horror. And then that happens.
What are you?
What I am is lost. Dang nabbit. Need more titanium. It's not really very much survival horror. Weird horror effect thing. And honestly, that, because I've completed the game previously, that one was, I actually found that pleasant as opposed to horrifying. But it really does take you back when you first have it happen to you. My salvage, not your salvage. Oh, I know one place I can go that I can use the laser cutter on. That will allow some things. Okay. There we go. Now the base is. All strength is improved. So I can also, I don't have enough titanium for that, so I'm not going to do the next piece on that. How am I doing? Oh, well, I would actually, I do have enough titanium. I just haven't taken out all the various pieces it's in. I know what my base size is going to be, so I'm starting to do some segmentation in that already. Because I know what I am going to need in the base itself. What do I need that I don't have? Wire and kit and lubricant. So let's have a look here. So let's take this guy. How am I doing? Oh, okay. So put the other one here. And then I can take these guys. And then, yeah. So this is up above. We've got the base that sticks out there. I'm going to run that out another line, and then I'll put a moon pool in for the sea moth. And I'm going to do the same on this side, and we'll have one for the prawn. So... allow all of those things to connect.
Aboard, Captain.
And let's see, where else are we? So that's 100%. The street light is at there. So let's swap that battery. No, that one's not fully charged. That one is. So we have a bunch of water, we have a bunch of that. I have some more lithium, I don't have anywhere to put it. It's fine. Okay, so propulsion cannon, laser cutter, all that sort of stuff. Oh, I have to put there isn't full. Okay, so let's head towards that and see if we can't find the... There should be a ship piece somewhere nearby on this side. That I've been avoiding because it's going to require a laser cutter to deal with. So. They did a really good job with the graphics on this game. And considering how old the engine really is, this was one of the really early Unity games, so we already have that, but that'll give me that. And I'm hoping this one will give me, there we go, that's the other beacon fragment. Yay, so I can start planting some beacons down. Finally. The randomness of how you find pieces, fragment pieces sometimes, Does get very tedious. There are certain places where you will always find X or you will always find Y. And that's all well and good. But when you need certain very specific ones, it gets to a point where you're like, I don't care that I can always get that one or this one. I need these other things that are random. Okay. Oh, and there's another beacon fragment base, of course. Always seems to happen with me in this game. Can't find it, can't find it, can't find it. Suddenly they're all over the damn place. You know, that titanium I said I was needing? Yeah, I seem to be finding it. Alright, so we should have a mushroom forest up here. And yeah, the radiation's dealt with, I can tell that for sure, because the system has not warned me about radiation. It's the nuclear waste disposal.
New blueprint acquired.
There would be more there. I guess not. Laser cutter fragments. How am I doing on space? Better than I thought. I'm tempted to set up a teeny base out here, but scattering fragment. Oh, nice. Maybe I will now.
New blueprint acquired. 30 seconds.
Alright, let's go to the surface. About 6. Yeah, let's set up a teeny base. So yes, I'm going to need a bunch of quartz to do this. So let's quickly look around and see if we can find some quartz. There should be plenty in amongst the reeds and stuff here, which of course means there won't be any because I said there would be plenty. Oh, creature. Oh, that guy. Those guys hurt. Where is the... Come on, what?
Detecting increased foreign bacteria levels in the water. Performing a 30 seconds is advised.
Yes, I'll do that in a second.
Self-scan complete. Bacterial infection in your system is progressing. Detecting skin irritation and immune system response. Further data required to identify bacterial strain.
That's a scanner part. We don't need it. We already have the scanner bit. Maybe if I go over here, I'll be able to get some of the... Wow. Quartz is usually not this difficult to find. Really? I just want to go back into the Aurora and go finish getting the prawn suit together. Now, because I decided I wanted to put together a tiny little base out there.
30 seconds.
Okay. Oh yeah, there's so much in the game that it's really easy to miss a lot of the stuff, and that's one of the things that's really nice about the game too, because it is very exploration focused. Propulsion cannon. No. Oh, I didn't scan that. Oh, the picture frame and the LED light. I've got these two things right here.
New blueprint acquired.
That's what I didn't do last time. There. So, basic plant pot. Plant shelf.
Acquired.
Keeping an eye on my health. Okay, that's the wrong one. I want this guy. This guy. I wish they provided some way of doing like O2 packs or something so you could really dive down when you have to be sans ship for a bit, because yeah, I'm going to head back up to the surface again. I wish I had the modification station. That's a little bit more stuff needed for that. But as soon as I get the moon pool or the power cell charger, I can use the... There's another modification station fragment. And there's that polygon line. Battery charger fragment, already had it. Open the supply crate. Modification station fragment. There we go. Data chip. There's the nice benefit thing. Okay, what do we got down here? Another thing right near the electro arc. The vehicle upgrade console.
Acquired.
Battery charger fragment. Modification station fragment. How am I doing on space? Out of space. That's spacey. It's not a horror game. It's a swimming simulator. There's no horror in this game at all. Ah, okay. Ah, yes. And honestly, Spacey, this game would probably not be one I would recommend that you play if you do have, concerns about swimming. There's the bioreactor fragments, which I can't pick up, so I don't know why I scanned it. Yeah. I actually find that the game itself is not that scary. There are portions of the story and there are things that happen that seem scary in the moment. Actually, I've already got the vehicle bay, I've got that. There may not be anything in here. I want the power cell charger. And of course I cut my way through when I didn't need to. Okay. There, let's do that. Grab, the titanium. Drink, grab the other titanium bit. There it is. Yeah. The game itself has some elements that could be seen as horror. But from my own experience, I know that the game is not anywhere near as... It's sort of, there's a lot of horror-esque stuff, where if you don't know what's going on, it's terrifying, especially when you first see it. But once you learn what's going on, it's actually sort of comforting, some of the stuff that happens. Like, we just had a jump scare a bit ago, that,
Captain.
as soon as I saw it, I went, oh good.
This is Altera HQ. This may be your only communications window. We can't
Oh,
send a rescue
this
ship
one.
all the way out there, so Aurora, you're just gonna have to meet us halfway. We've uploaded blueprints to the ship's computer.
Sandwich run, you in?
Yeah, give me a second. Black box data shows the high-security terminal in the captain's quarters is still functional.
Becky's leaving like in 5 minutes.
All right, tell Becky I'll just take the regular.
The regular.
Yeah, she'll know what I mean. The code should
And
be...
if she doesn't?
Just tell her the regular, dude.
Okay.
The
if
code...
I say regular, and she's like, what's the regular? I have to come all the way back up here.
The code should be 2679. The regular's just a ham and cheese.
Okay, would you just say ham and cheese?
Ham and cheese.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Bruno. Yeah, see, back again. Yes. Here we go. Yes. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Right, whereabouts? That's right. Modification station. What do I need to do to build that? But that's the thing. What do you mean ingredients unknown? Didn't I pick up all the bits? Didn't it tell me I had all the bits? How many bits do I need to finish getting all the bits? I can put the scanner room together pretty soon. Vehicle upgrade console. Oh, I have 2 of 3. Okay. Alright, let's... it's night time, so let's do a little bit more of the extension stuff that we're going to do, which we use up some more of the titanium that we have. So, okay. There. We're going to take that. We're going to spin that one around that way. And then we'll put this one in here. And this one here. Can go there. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure, no worries. I'm actually getting pretty close to... When I got rated, I was actually just about to wrap up. So I've mostly been streaming a little bit longer because people came in and seemed interested. So... Frustrated, annoyed, yeah, grossed out, never scared. I have gotten scared by games, but it's very rare for it to happen to me. In this particular game, the first time some of the events happened, it was actually somewhat, oh my god, what on earth is going on? Sort of semi-terrifying. But once I found out what was going on, no, stop that. I don't want that. I want to pick up the... Yeah, okay, of course. I only have so much space. Want to get all of these together. By planting these and growing these, I don't have to go hunting down so much stuff, so that's why I do a lot of that. Okay. I have a lot of games that I get upset or angry at because it's quite clear the person who designed it had no idea how human beings work. I don't have that thing. Okay. So what do I have there? Is that lead? That's lead. Okay. Okay, so let's grab the piece of quartz that's there. Let's drop the lead back. We'll keep a lot of that. We keep that. We keep that. Oh, gold. You know how I said I needed copper? Or I didn't need copper? Yeah, it turns out I was lying. So... Okay. Let those things fully charge up. Fully charge that. Okay. No. Eat. Eat. Use the correct button. The one that I want to use, not the one that I was using. So, I think at this point, I will save the game, and we'll come back to this in a bit. Let me check to see quickly who is online, because we should spread some love around, I think. So, let's see. So Gans is doing that. Okay, so let's give Gans a raid. He's playing Tetris with Fairy Hime, I think. So thank you everyone for stopping by. I'll find out if Twitch lets me even push the button at the moment, because it looks like it's about to start an ad. So let me see if it... Nope, it's telling me that I can't do anything yet. So of course my timing is fantastic. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll be back again on Tuesday. Let's see, Tuesday is Satisfactory. It's open to, I have a bunch of people on my Steam friends list, so any one of those could wind up joining if they have the game. I may wind up streaming again tomorrow as well. I don't know if you guys are actually catching it out at the moment or not, because Twitch is really great about not telling me the things that it tells me that it should be telling me. So, yeah. Well, that's it. Thank you everyone for stopping by. You had a short ad? Yeah. Let me just say that Twitch does have a policy in regards to using ad blockers on Twitch. I won't tell you what the policy is, but I would recommend that you go search up what Twitch's policy is on ad blockers, and then have a look to see what you might be able to get that meets that policy, because there are some interesting things in that policy. Apparently my left eye is acting weird on my camera, so hey, anyway. So yeah, let's all give Gans some love. And thank you all for stopping by. So, how many are coming across? 5 people.